Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, pool friends from all over the world. Welcome to the Predator EuroTour Dutch Open, live from the Bonte Wever Hotel in Assen. You're watching losers round 4, race to 9. The game is 9-ball, and we're watching Giuliano Smith versus Andoni Iker Echeverria. And wow. It's a single elimination action, so winner goes through, loser goes home. So the stakes are high, and it's Giuliano who wins the leg. We're playing alternate break after 2 breaks, which means Giuliano will break the first 2. It doesn't matter if he wins or loses. He's either way gonna break the first 2. So looking to hold his serve. We're playing with the 3-point rule, which means at least 3 balls need to go over the head string, or each pocket ball counts as a point. But unfortunately for Giuliano, got a scratch on the break. So first chance here for Andoni. So don't see any real problems. If he wants to play the 4 in the middle, he needs to get on the right side of the 4, which he didn't do. So has to decide. Gonna travel a lot with the cue ball or take on the combination. How's the line? Line is pretty good. How's the pace? Oh, just not there. So easy safety shot, needs to find cover behind the 7. I think he just got it. So Giuliano with the jump bank on the 8 would be nice. I'll top a kiss. Did he get lucky behind the 7? Oh. I think he has a shot. Not easy though. This is a tester. So a little bit awkward bridging with the pocket. Oh. Clean as a whistle. Some good signs here for Andoni. He looks pretty comfortable. Nice pace. So the only thing with the 8 ball that deep in the pocket can be a little bit tricky sometimes. Yeah, I would like to be close to the long rail. That's nice. So now it's easy to go to rail position. So there you go, 1-0 for Andoni. The scratch on the break from Giuliano. Well, gave him the 1-0 lead Of course, with the safety in between. After Giuliano's jump shot, Andoni made a really nice long pot. So Giuliano, one of the more experienced Dutch players, hasn't played a EuroTour in a long time, but he's very experienced, really good player, rarely makes easy mistakes, very calculated. Wow, and of course, when I say that, just misses the hook behind the tree. Well, I'm not sure if that was legal. Either way, Giuliano was not happy. Well, they see it. It was a foul. Andoni was not sure. Giuliano, very sportsmanlike, told him it was a foul. Good safety. Blocked off the one rail escape. Well, this is definitely not easy. How's your touch and feel for the table, Gil? Nice effort. So from the rail to the side pocket, maybe. Just rolled it in. I think he has big enough angle to go for same pocket. Misses the 5, nicely done. Well, you know, I see in the chat someone shouting, "Come on, Gil." Gil definitely one of the more well-known players in the Netherlands. So this is a home game, but always different when you play on the TV table. The table plays a little bit different, and also of course the cameras. Sometimes it takes, you know, a few racks to get used to the situation. Wow, and on this level sometimes that little bit of time you need is the time, well, it's maybe just enough time for your opponent to get ahead of you too much. So 2-0 for Andoni, and also the next 2 breaks are gonna decide a lot in this match. Let's see. 1 ball down, 2 balls down, and 1 ball over the head string. Sorry, 3 balls down. So either way, that was a legal break. So we haven't seen much from Giuliano yet, mostly getting out of hooks. So he's still looking to find gear, find some rhythm. Can he see enough of this too? He could. Missed the 4. Nicely done. A little bit of a tester now on the 4. Especially when it's your real first turn on the table. Well, got fortunate. Nice angle on the 5 to go up 1 rail. Well, wrong side of the 7, so needs to do a bit more work now. Maybe just a little bit of adrenaline, getting used to the table. Solid 7. 8 ball and 9 ball in the same pocket. This 9 ball to open his account in this losers round 4. 2-1 in favor of Andoni. And have to say, both players looking good. Andoni already feeling some, having some feel for the table, for the speed. I think Giuliano's still looking a little bit more, just to see how the table rolls. So needs some time on the table to get going, but still early days. Both players looking sharp. Well, 1 ball got out of the pocket. It is a legal break, but it's also a dry break. So, is the 2 available in the middle pocket? Ooh. Didn't want to bump into that 8 ball. Always a little bit different when you play with the rest. So, looking at the combination, and you know what, why not? Why not? Wow, that was pretty close. Left a straight in combination on the 3. Or at least pretty straight in. Expect Andoni to make this. Yeah, there was the danger. Just hitting it a little bit too much on the left side. I'm not sure if he found cover behind the 9. Could see the ball, but did he sell out? No. Saved by the 8. I think an edge of the 2 ball is sticking out. Well, that's a nice shot, nice speed. Pretty easy hit, but watch out for the scratch if you hit it too thick. And, wow, he could even make it in the top left. But then, if you play it like that, there's also a scratch in the other pocket. Wow, great hit, what a shot! Now I have to say, this is how I also know Giuliano. He knows his angles. Also, very good straight ball player. On the other hand, Andoni is not a stranger to the international stage, to the field. Plays a lot of international tournaments. Had some very good EuroTour results. Didn't got a medal, but got close a few times. So, very dangerous player. So on paper, Andoni probably the favorite, but Giuliano is not a player who gives up. Just rolled far enough, I think, to not be hampered by the 7. Oh, kind of surprised that he played for the side pocket. Worked out though. Oh, he's not afraid to let the cue ball travel, that's for sure. Good stuff so far. So, there we go, 2-2, ladies and gentlemen. 2-2. Both players won both racks of their opponent's break. So now it's Giuliano's turn to have 2 breaks. So no break and runs yet. So from the other Dutchman, Mark Bijsterbos is already through to the losers round 5. Beating Dennis Stadler 9-5. So he has 2 matches in front of him to qualify. Well, that looks like a sellout. It definitely is one. Needs to clear the 4, which he did. Not sure if the angle is good with topspin to go around the 4. I could already see him negotiating hitting the 4. I think maybe he just can't go around. Just flicked the 4, good enough. Can draw back for the 5. Effortless. Made it look very easy. Nice stroke. Playing for the side in a way that he knew it was always gonna be good if it was straight or an angle to go 3 rails for the 7. Doesn't waste time, Andoni. So this 9 to go 3-2 up to steal again his 3rd rack from Giuliano's break. Some nice insight into Andoni. Besides the pool playing, he is a butcher. So that's something totally different. Preparing and selling meat. Well, when you see him play, you could also imagine him having some kind of nickname with butcher in it, because well, he plays really good butchering his opponents. Hopefully not the shot though. So there is a bank available, but well, not an easy layout. Decided to go safe, but didn't get there. Problem ball is the 4, so it's tough with the 3 ball being all the way on the other side of the table. Wow, great effort. Didn't think that was fully intentional though. But played it in a way he could get lucky. 3-3. Could this one go all the way? That would be exciting. Try break. And if, well, he lands on the left side of the 2, there's another combination laying. Just watched back the 9 ball, but it was definitely not intentional, if you ask me. So the combination is off. There's a billiard. Maybe a ref needed to check. It's an easy make, easy to make the 8 ball. A little bit tougher to control the 1 ball in a way where he gets, well, a shot. I wanted to say that was definitely the way to leave a shot, but he hit it a little bit on the thin side, or maybe on the thick side. So Giuliano playing the same shot. Wow, kinda lucky that the 5 ball rolled in a straight combination. Of course, Giuliano would have liked not to have the 5 ball in front of the pocket, but at least it's very makeable. Judged it a little bit wrong. The 1 ball in the pocket, always tough. Positively struck. A little bit fortunate with a good hit. Doesn't really make a difference. And it looks like Giuliano took on a little bit more pace, which most of the times is a good sign. Getting more comfortable. Going with inside spin around the 7. Oh, he tried to go around the 7. Hit it full in the face. So now he's faced with a very tough shot, especially from where the cue ball is in the corner pocket. So has to decide to attack. Could play a safety to go short rail, short rail. This is also a good containing option. So the last EuroTour Giuliano played was 8 years ago. In 2017 was also the Dutch Open, and then he got place 65, so he would love to get closer. Then in 2008 he got also ranked 65, and in 2006 he got a rank 17, so that was his highest achievement in the EuroTour. So maybe after all these years this could be a time to shine on home turf. lot at Mokum Billiards. It's a new pool hall in Amsterdam, owned by El Nino, Nick Vandenberg, one of the all-time greats in Europe. I think he's at the moment maybe number 4, 5 or 6 in the Hall of Fame of EuroTours, winning the most medals. Kiliano has played a lot against Nick Vandenberg, a lot with him in the same team, which of course maybe tells you a little bit about his level, his experience. Going 4-3 up with a little bit of luck in the previous rack. I think illegal break. He did made a ball on the break, but only one ball past the head string. Played that just a little bit thinner than he would have liked, or maybe a little bit too hard. I could even see the whole ball. So needs a good angle on the 4. That's the key shot. Unless the 5 goes in the side pocket, which I doubt. Or does it go? Just negotiating the kiss off the 8. Well, at the least that looks very tough. The side pockets aren't easy. Oh, made it look easy, that's for sure. Could be a very, very good clearance. Well, that angle is too big, so it really needs to kill this shot with a lot of spin. Oh, went up and down. It looked as if he even played it real first, unintentionally, I think. But maybe my eyes deceive me. Position, the result is very good. Nice line with that last 8 ball. So 4-4. Well, this match looks as if it could go all the way. Always nice for the neutral fans. But for all the Dutchies watching, well, they would like this match to be over after the next 5 racks in favor of Kiliano, of course. Nine ball goes rolling. Legal break. Good spread. But the two ball is locked up. There is a combination, but can't see him going for that. Oh, what a nice touch there. Also blocked the easy escape. The one real escape. So if he wants to go one real, it has to be with inside spin. In between the 5 and the middle pocket. Is there a two real escape? No, he's going for the intentional foul, trying to lock up the tree, which didn't work. So Gil looking to play another safety. A very nice one. Again, blocking off the easy escape. So if Andoni makes another fall, he's on 2 falls. Which he didn't do. Great hit. So how's your luck? I think he left it in straight. So good chance for Giuliano here. So nice to see the chat going to be a little bit more lively. One of his teammates, IJsbrand Bergis, I see. Good to see you in the chat. Nice to give some extra info. Of course, the hitman. That's how they call him. Giuliano, this man. And he also is a 3-time Dutch champion 9-ball. Which is a mean feat. I can say out of first hand how well this man plays. I wanted to say unforced error. Well, didn't expect that miss. I'll be very disappointed. Could be a momentum shifter. It happens, and at least with the current format of the alternate break after 2 breaks, you can get your chances, but this is a tight game. Giuliano with the first real unforced error. Oh, So legal break. 2 balls down, 1 ball over the head string. And then he has a combination. Looks as if he's not gonna accept it. And then I think, is there a gap? At least easy swerve. And then a resave. Good shot by Andoni. Did he leave just an edge? Oh, even enough to find the hook. Great shot by Giuliano, nicely judged. So the hit isn't that hard, but watch out for the 5 ball. Don't hit the 5 first. That of course is a foul, so there's the referee. Well, he fluked, I think, the 4, but no easy shot on the 2, so Giuliano won't be that bothered by that fluke. How's the speed? I think he covered the 1 rail escape, yeah. Good hit by Giuliano. Is he fortunate? He is. Well, we'll be happy with that result. Kick and stick. So we're gonna see the jump cue. He could make this, but even if he plays it head on, a lot of good things can happen. Well, this is probably one of them. I think he left the shot, but this is definitely not easy with the cue ball that close to the rail and to the pocket. So jacking up. Oh, the putt was great, but just didn't dug in deep enough to really draw it back. Oh, great jump shot by Andoni. Playing position in between the 6 and the 8. Very nicely judged. So that missed, I think, 7 ball of Giuliano. Well, it's pretty costly. 6-4. Still no real damage done, but I have to say, Andoni looking very sharp. really up for the task. So Giuliano will have to need to gear up. Wow! Can you believe it? The 9. A 9-ball break. Well, Lady Luck came and paid Andoni a visit after the fluke on the 9-ball for Gil earlier in the match. Lady Luck decided to come back to give some to Andoni too. So all of a sudden, it's 7-4. With a chance here to go 8-4 to the hill. That will be Gil's target, to keep him away from the hill as long as possible. Wow. I think he got a little bit fortunate with the speed he played it. I think he was gonna hook himself behind the 9 and the 5. And now he has a good chance to play a safety against the 5, I think. So momentum is really favoring Andoni at the moment. Wow. Chance here for Giuliano. Bank shot is there. Didn't feel he could play position probably off the bank shot, or maybe he didn't even look at it. Although I know he's a pretty good bank ball player. He knows his lines. That's a foul. So ball in hand for Giuliano. Have to check the 5 though, because before the foul it was available in the lower left, or lower right, I'm sorry. Now I think it's only available in the side pockets, or maybe a combination on, well, the 8 or the 9. Nothing easy. And with the 4-ball that close to the rail, it's also pretty tough to find a really good spot to play position for the 5-ball. Also with the 6 and the 7 there. So that's why he decided to go into the 5 from the ball in hand situation, which was a little bit tricky. Now with the long pot. Wow, what a stroke. Wow, it's probably the best shot of the match so far. Overrun this position on the 6 though. It's thin. Well, that's a shame after that great shot. Maybe there was just a little bit of adrenaline in the arm when he played that position on the 6. He knew he was back in prime position. That could be very costly. Is this still cuttable or bankable? I think both, but both are very difficult. The 8 ball is in a good position from a lot of spots in the table, but he's gonna find cover. And I have to say, a lot of times with the safeties, he left Gil a shot, or at least a few on the ball. Wow, what a great speed control when the cue ball was that far away, rolling it, really trusting the roll. And these Predator arc tables, they do play nicely. Good hit, but left a chance here for Giuliano. Could say this is a must make. Don't do anything fancy with the cue ball. The 8 ball is there. Great shot. So just accepted that he was gonna be a little bit longer on the 8 ball. There's a bit of pressure on this one. Oh, great shot. So this 9 ball to keep Andoni off the hill. So, and there you go, 7-5, what a difference. 7-5 or 8-4. Within reach again. So I think Giuliano is gonna take a timeout. Yeah, it's Giuliano with the timeout. So some quick score updates from people getting through to loser round 5. It's Adrian Pollard, Dominic Regili, Mark Bijsterbos, Sandro Zunke, Rudy van de Veen, Johan van der Leest. They are all through already to losers round 5. And what a match so far. Can Giuliano come back? I can see in the live chat a lot of Dutchies, a lot of Dutch fans watching this match. All hoping a lot of Dutchies will go through to qualify for the last 32. Of course, oh, Giuliano. I think he has a good chance, but he only has one chance, and that's this match against Andoni. And He's showing some nice temperament. So let's see in a few minutes how he's gonna do. Don't go anywhere. Well, maybe grab a snack real fast. And I will be back with you when the match continues. So we are back. There we go. 7-5 in favor of Andoni against Giuliano. Giuliano to break. His last break of the two. Would like to go 7-6. Missed the wing ball. The two balls in the corner. Made a legal break, but left a chance here for Andoni if he can get shape on the two, which he can do in several ways. Could go inside, outside. Playing the two is available in both corner pockets. Oh, got lucky there. Acknowledged the luck by tapping on the table. But this could be the lucky roll, the lucky kiss that gets him on the hill. Well, did I curse him? Oh no. If so, I'm very sorry. A very famous commentator's curse. I sometimes forget how powerful that can be. My goodness. That was a very good chance. So, unforced error by Andoni. And then another one by Giuliano. Unexpected. So Andoni very grateful for another chance at the table. Came a little bit short. So nothing easy. Needs to avoid some traffic. Can he go 2 rails? Oh, needed to go around. So again, Giuliano with a chance. I think he can go in between the 8 and the 9. But can he get shape without hitting the 9 or the 8? He has to do something with the cue ball. Can he just go outside, go 1 rail back up? Oh, nicely judged. The work is not done though. So going left-handed. Oh. Great shot. Wow. Perfect position. Went up and down in between the 8 and the 9 with his wrong hand. Think he can just kill the cue ball or stun it over to play the 9 in the same pocket. Whatever he prefers. So this 9 to only trail 1 rack behind Andoni and really put some extra pressure on him. So it's Giuliano Smith who tells Andoni he has not given up. Playing for the home crowd. Well, I guess this is the first time I get complicated by by having used the commentator's curse. Well, first time for everything, I guess. Don't know if I should say thanks or not, but so what a match so far. Great level of play. We had some luck. We had some drama, some unforced errors, some great shots. So if you ask me, this is one to go all the way. Hill, as we call it. So how's the line? Cue ball pace is really good, which makes it a more effective shot, even though he did not get the hook in this stage of the match. Giuliano makes sure he's putting on some pressure. But what a reply though by Andoni, and then he hooks himself. Ah, that's unfortunate. That shot deserved a little bit more. So it's quick with the decision to go 1 rail. And then he flukes the 6 ball. Wow. Can you believe it? He flukes it, but leaves the long 3. Cue ball on the rail. Misses it. Wow. We've seen it all now. With an open chance for Giuliano to go 7-7. Just recently, I myself played Giuliano in the Dutch division. And I have to say, after what he did to me, I'm not sure if I have some positive things to say. Well, truth to be told, he played very well. He beat me by a mile. And as he is showing here, he's looking sharp, up for the task. Besides that, very nice guy. Back in the day, he used to have a temper, but calmed down a lot when he got older. Still has a lot of fighting spirit, as we can see here. I think he really is more dangerous when he's more calm. 7-7. So the next 2 breaks are for Andoni, and well, it could be that Giuliano is not coming back to the table. There is a possibility, especially on this level, that Andoni is gonna hit 2 break and runs. I have to say though, seeing how the match goes, it feels like this is gonna go all the way. So, illegal break. So it's Giuliano with the first real chance to get on the hill. And, well, mentally, this is very tough for Andoni. He had some real chances to get on the hill. And now it's Giuliano, the comeback kid. Well, he's not a kid anymore. I mean, look at the gray hair. Looks very good though. I wish that if I ever get that gray, it looks as good as that. More importantly though, I wish I could play that level when my hair is that gray. Very solid play by both players. So needs to avoid some traffic. Wow. That was a bit fortunate. Just kissing the 8 ball. Wanted to go in between the 6 and the 9 without hitting the 8 ball. Got there anyways. And now looking how much angle he wants. looks hard, looks hard. Oh no. Wow, that was such a good chance. So the question is, are you jumping at this or kicking? I mean, when you jump, you need to land on the ball. So he's looking at the kick shot. This is no guarantee. Well, he's definitely gonna hit it, but can you make it? Get it safe. Can you make it? Wow! Cue ball almost scratched. And then it is Andoni with the chance to go to the hill. And as you can see, taking a deep breath, he feels the pressure. How's the speed? Just okay. Well, he would have liked to be a little bit further from the rail with a bigger angle, but should be okay. Oh, close to perfect. So, after all the drama and all the excitement, it's Andoni getting to the hill first and also breaking. So it's all in his own hands. Gil will be kicking himself with that hook. Just overran that shot. The position, maybe a little bit of adrenaline in the arm. What a match though. Can he get to the hill situation? Or is it Andoni grabbing the win? 9-7. First needs to make a ball on the break. Made the one. It's a legal break for sure. Shot on the 2. Wow. This is a very, very good chance. Everything is very nicely connected. Ooh, would have liked to be a little bit further, so has to go one rail. And don't forget, with the single elimination, even the easy layouts, well, they become more difficult. I like the way he approached that shot. He played it very positively. So this is all very good connected. I don't see him making any mistake. But at 8-7 in the single elimination, you never know. So keep breathing. Keep your head still. But he's in prime position. Perfect angle on the 8 ball. What can go wrong? Perfect line. Perfect position. In the end, it's Andoni who's grabbing the win with the 9-7. What a match. And what a shame for all the Dutch fans watching Giuliano, rooting for him. Well, he played very good. So, thanks for watching, everyone. Don't forget to subscribe to the Pro Billiard TV channel. My name is Pascal de Smit, and thank you all for watching. This is it for now. Bye bye.
Good afternoon, pool fans. We're back live with another match here for the winners qualification this time around. The featured match, Ramazan Agdak versus Almin Salkic. Race to 9. Almin Salkic won the leg. Will get to break twice, as it is 2 breaks per person. As we'll get a close look at the breaking mechanics of this man at the table, representing Sweden. That is a very nice break indeed to open up his campaign in this match. That is, of course. Likely to maybe go straight up and down, but there is a little bit of risk involved. Picked out a nice line. Cue ball needs to stop though. Doesn't want to overrun this. That is absolutely perfect on the 2. Needs to decide whether he wants to go around the back of the 7 or draw it straight back towards the center line of the table. Around the back of the 7 it is. Has options here. If he chooses to do so, he could have incorporated the other top rail. Must admit, I think he's left himself a little bit thinner on the 7 than he was intending to. But he's navigated this cue ball very well there indeed. Nicely straight in on this 9. And that was a perfect start with a perfect break. Ramazan was just trying to check with his opponent whether it was a legal break or not, because we have the 3-point rule in operation throughout this event. It in fact was a legal break. Unfortunately for Almin, failed to pot a ball, so it is indeed his opponent's turn. He can't just overturn this visit. He's got the option to play a push out, of course. Seems like he's gonna play the cue ball in a push out where he leaves himself a jump, or his opponent in this case. I'd be very surprised if Almin turns this one down. These are pretty comfortable jumps. Got a nice little angle as well on the one to try and control the cue ball. Almin pulled his hand up, so he fluked the ball. I couldn't see from that camera angle which ball is fluked, but has to be the 3 ball because that's not on the table right now. What about that for a shot? Just got down and casually knocked it in. I don't know whether we can maybe use the 6 to hold this cue ball. The 2 is pretty thin. There is a case to say maybe even the bank shot is a little bit more inviting in terms of the positional side of the shot. Yeah, that was the problem. He couldn't use the 6, but having said that, where the cue ball is landed, he's got a great opportunity to attack and play the bank shot for the 4 inside the top left corner pocket. These are the type of shots where most of these players would, well, he wasn't interested. And if that cue ball does not run into the 8, it's in. You know, a little bit surprised he's not gone for the attack there. I know one player that would have not even hesitated to go for the bank, Mark Bijsterbos. It's a personal point of view thing, of course. There's no right and wrong. It's easy to talk about things in hindsight. At the table, you just have to trust your gut, trust your instincts. Does give us a chance to see Ramazan at the table with his first scoring visit. Seems to me that it's all about connecting the dots. No problems at the table, and that is always a lovely view if you're heading towards the table. Ramazan proudly repping Turkey. And just this 9 to put his first rack on the board. Nice little half ball contact on the 1. I must say, a little bit surprised that the rest of the pack has not spread as much. It was a legal break, but that being said, not a lot of positive things at the table right now here for Ramazan. Looking to play the push out. Yeah, it was a foul. I mean, the idea was nice, and if the hit the rail rule was not as it is, that would have been a gorgeous little shot, but unfortunately failed to hit the rail after making contact with the object ball, which resulted in a ball in hand here for Almin. Sorry, Ramazan actually, that is. Ramazan has walked around to see whether that 3 just passes the 5. It looks very tight, maybe just the left side of the corner pocket. It does help that the next ball after the 3 is the 5, which is coincidentally closest to the 3. Ideally wants to leave himself an angle on the 7 where he can avoid running into the 8. That way it's a lot easier to control his cue ball. And I think he's just about managed to do so. Hard to tell from this angle, of course. Yep, there you have it. Cue ball was running away from the 8, which was exactly as played. That was a perfectly legal break there by Ramazan. And all you can ask for after the break is, of course, being able to see the next ball on. I can only assume he was trying to play position for the 2 in the side pocket. He can still and probably has to go for it, but it's a lot harder now. Don't know whether he can hold this cue ball. Might have to go up and down. And the bottom right corner pocket from this camera angle is a nuisance for the positional part of this shot. So he has to navigate his cue ball. It will go fairly close to the bottom left corner pocket in trying to pot this 2 in the side. Well, took that out of the equation. Well, did try to desperately avoid running into the 3. Still okay. A similar type of shot here to be played for him. Two shots in a row proved to be a bit too much to ask for. The unintentional kiss on the 3 after that 2 ball spoiled the party for him. That 3 ball barely just dropped. Had to use all the pocket. Trying to get a good bite in his cue ball here. Doesn't want to really run into the 9. Just like that. That was a solid piece of cueing there by Almin. Almin trying to hide his cue ball behind the 9 there. I think he's just have left a small edge of the 2. Is the question here is whether Ramazan can send the 2 up table and trying to play safe. So it was a lot thinner than it looked, but all in all, did well there. 2 does not putt directly, and also the cue ball is as close as possible to the top rail. Yeah, needless to say, that went all wrong. 2 hit 3 balls on its way. And after that tough safety reply by Ramazan, forced a small error by Almin, and now he's get the chance to punish him for that mistake. Does have to navigate with the 5 there, not being directly puttable. Maybe it just goes past the 6. Hard to tell from this camera angle, of course. So that is one thing he has to address right now after the 4. And he's landed absolutely straight on the 4, so it has to be the 5-7 combination from this angle. Nicely played, didn't overhit the combination. Almin has now gone a little bit further inside the table with his break. But unfortunately for him, A for effort didn't pay dividends. you can clearly see the cue went out of the straight line of the putting. Wasn't an easy shot, of course. But it's not proved to be costly for Ramazan. Nicely redeemed himself there. So nicely struck long putt. Purposely played the long putt because of the positional rewards. Cue ball needs to run a little bit more. I don't know whether he can still hold the cue ball. Might have to go up and down. Having left himself a little bit low on this 7. Has to go around the 9. Anything but straight would be great. That is perfect. Ramazan with a bit more power on his break. Faced with a tough opening shot here. There is a way to attack this 3. There's a deep screw with a lot of power. Needs to screw in between the 5 and the 9. Could even go forward, as he is likely to do so. It's more than anything the power he needs to inject in this shot that will makes it. That's going to make it a lot harder. What a gorgeous piece of cueing by Ramazan Akdak there. Didn't want to run into the 9 there, of course. That's why he's now faced with a thinner cut on this 6 than he was intending to. Needs to make sure of the 6. Don't need to be too cute with the cue ball. Just make sure you pot the 6. The cue ball will take care of itself. Nice delicate pot there by Ramazan. It's easy to throw the object ball off if you don't hit it crisp. the slightest of angles to work with here. Top this through with a little right spin. Use the top rail. Not entirely sure why he feel the need to send his cue ball towards the rail, but I suppose you can see a fuller part of the 9, no problem indeed. 6-2 up, as his opponent will take a little time out and be right back. He's got 6 minutes, so if you want to grab a tea or cup of coffee, this is your time. As we've just seen Almin resume the match after his timeout. Not a successful break here. That 9 is firmly in the way of the path of the cue ball towards the 2. Needs to play a very precise positional shot here. I had to inject a lot of pace in his cue ball, and yeah, as I say that, look at where the 7 has come. I suppose it does help where the 4 is sitting right over the hole, so it might be just okay, you know. Well, the 2 must have not passed the 7 onto the 4. That was his second best option. I thought maybe he could have sent the 2 upwards towards the 3 and the 6. That way the kick shot would have been a bit more complicated. This is a pretty straightforward one railer. And high probability to even get some sort of luck. And, well, it is a thin cutback if Almin wishes to attack here. It's far from easy, that is for sure. It's got a slight angle to work with. Of course, the 4 is unmissable from where it's sitting. It would be ideal for him to get away from the side rail, of course. I don't think the 5 passes the 7. Doesn't need to play a position for the 5 past the 7. Clearly goes in the middle pocket. And he's landed nicely there here on the 5. Should have some sort of angle to go upwards. A little bit closer towards the 6. Oh, wow. Nearly pulled out a trick shot. But he's been very fortunate indeed. Yeah, you can see what Almin thinks of the run of the ball his opponent just got there. Now, unfortunately, Almin, it is part of the game. And even though sometimes it's really hard to take, there is an argument to say you should also count yourself fortunate to be at the table in with a chance to do something about this situation. It's very easy indeed to be sat in that arena and feel a little bit sorry for yourself, but the consensus usually is try to keep your mind as positive as possible. this 9-ball to put himself in a very commanding lead, 7-2 up. Just 2 more racks needed to book his place in the last 32. Taps the table in a sign of sportsmanship. Part and parcel of the game. There's no point on dwelling on past mistakes. Well, Almin progressively going more towards the center line of the table. He's clearly looking for some sort of a inspiration of his break. That seems to have worked out okay, and I use the word okay because the 5 looks like the obvious dilemma in this rack. That's going to be the key factor. If he can go on and clear this rack. So already these next 3 shots are important to leave himself a perfect angle onto the 4 playing position for the 5. Not be interesting to see whether Alvin thinks running into the 5 and the 8 might actually be a safer option. It's a little gamble. A lot of good things that can happen if he goes about it that way. Yeah, I am under the assumption that he did try to play that. He's got a tricky shot here. Maybe, I don't know whether playing safe is as easy as going for the pot as well. So might as well just commit on the pot. The only problem with the pot is the positional side of the shot becomes increasingly harder. So maybe if he wants to play safe, he'd have to use the 6. So he's going away from the 5 and a 8, sorry. And that is also an option, but as you could clearly see there, Ramazan could always see the 5. And it's not in such a way, if at least the cue ball was touching the rail, you would say, well, he's now forcing, or he's limiting Ramazan rather, in his options. But since the cue ball is not glued to the rail, Ramazan has the opportunity to put his opponent in some trouble. Though that seems to have not worked out as planned. Not at all, in fact. Could the 6 be his only saving grace here? Ramazan at the hill. He's getting 2 cracks at this to finish the match here and now. And he would be delighted to finish off this match with a 9-2 victory. Obviously, first things first, we need to follow this break and see what the table will give him after impact. It in fact was an illegal break. Not only did he fail to pot a ball, he didn't fulfill the 3-point rule that is in operation. So Almin not even bothering to get out of his chair, directly appoints his opponent back to the table. Almin, after having played such a good safety shot, forces the mistake from his opponent, ball in hand. Needs to keep himself together here. The previous rack was looking for all the world to Almin to clear the table, and then he failed to pot the penultimate ball. That's of course the other part of 9-ball and 10-ball, or even 8-ball for that matter. You can do all the hard work and leave your opponent with the most important ball just to steal the rack of your hand. So needs to keep his composure together, execute the shots in front of him. Doesn't have to go forward with inside. Surely he's not snookered himself on the 9, has he? No. He hasn't. I can only imagine he was a bit annoyed by himself that he even flirted with the 9 there. Ramazan, of course, still firmly in the driving seat, not too fazed by loss of rack on that first break. We'll get another opportunity here. That was a awesome break there by Ramazan. He's got a great clear-cut chance here now to finish off this match. This will annoy Ramazan. He knows as well. This match probably should have been finished by now. And when you fail to capitalize on these type of opportunities, it's just ever so slightly annoys you. Well, well, well. Almin. Can you see that 4 here? I don't think so. Or maybe you can. Hard to tell. Maybe a little swerve. Oh, you could see the putting angle. Made us wait in suspense. There's an interesting line he picked out there, but still fine. Nicely here on the 6 with an angle to work with. Overran that ever so slightly, and now he has missed a similar type of ball. The same angle in the same pocket. This time, however, it's safely in. But of course, it's all about the 9. Safely in. This match still has some sort of life left in it. Ramazan ruining his mistake there. Needs to wait a little bit longer. Nice little bank shot there by Almin. As played, there was an element of safety in that shot, of course. Particularly the speed he played it at. All of a sudden, after having such a struggle, he is looking like he's settled a bit more, which is odd, but sometimes that is the case. Once your opponent is that far ahead, the tension really just releases, because you just know it's very, very hard now to win the match. You're more or less a little bit reliant on your opponent, so you might as well just play with no expectation, just purely on instinct. Eight 5. This match, well, still alive. Ramazan failing to cover the one paw. Alman in with another chance to reduce the deficit. Now then. That might have been his last mistake in this match. Can Ramazan muster up one solid rack here to close out this match? Burkus plays in the last 32. I'm just wondering whether he can just screw in between the gap of the 6, 9 and the 5. Just like that. Yeah, perfectly played. That was pretty much his only option, and he executed the shot to perfection. Doesn't need to do a lot with his cue ball, just drop this in. Opted to use the side rail, even better. The cue ball is now always falling inside the line, taking out of the equation of possibly hooking himself behind the 9. After what seemed like a very shaky last part of the match, this potential run out so far has looked very clean indeed. It seems like he's regained his focus, and just this 9 to clinch up the match. As it is Ramazan Agdag from Turkey who proceeds in the tournament, books his place in the last 32 in this Predator EuroTour Dutch Open. Keep an eye on the streams, we have got another table live as well, and we will be back with the next match shortly. Bye for now.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everybody. Thanks for joining us here on day 2. We are in the Netherlands in Assen for the Predator EuroTour and the Predator Dutch Open. We are into the closing stages of qualification matches. This is a losers round 5 match. They're battling to get into the losers qualification to get into the single knockout stages. My name is Graham Hickman, and I'll be talking you through this upcoming match. 9-ball race to 9. We have Sweden against Germany. We have Adrian Weiss from Sweden against Sandro. I'll probably get this name wrong. Apologies in advance. Tashunka, I think is how you pronounce it. Let's see how we get on. It's, as I said, race to 9, alternate break. And we will have 2 breaks per person before switching to the other player. And we have a 3-point rule in operation, which means for a break to be legal, you need to make points. And that break is a perfect example. He made 2 balls, and for each ball that you pocket, you get 1 point. And for any ball that goes past the break line, you get another point. So that break was fine. Made 2 balls, and there is a ball already past the head string anyway. However, he does not have a shot on the 2. Does Adrian? So push out, leaving a shot on the 2, but obviously it's not potable. There is a bit of a crazy combo, but I've no doubt a safety shot will probably be what he's playing here. Maybe bank the 2 backup table. Try and get that cue ball behind some cover. Might have just leaked out there a little bit. Yeah, so there is a shot on this, both top left and top right options. And the 4 ball's pretty wide open, so this is worth a go at. Can try and draw this off the long rail maybe and hook back out for the 4. Oh, very good shot. Cued that nicely. Very nice opener. Not sure how much angle he has on the 4, but either way, the 5's in a pretty good spot, so he can draw this back or run it forward and come back up from the bottom rail. All depends what kind of angle he has. Yeah, he had to go forward, but he's underhit that quite a bit. Seemed to stun it more than topspin. So this 5 ball is quite thin into the side. Does look a little bit high as well, so it is a bit of a cutback. Might have to draw this in with maybe spin, try and bring this back across for the 6 ball. He's decided to go around, but he's found the gap between the 8 and the 9. Wow, what a shot this will be. Great shot. Lovely angle on the 6 as well. So it just depends if he wants to use the long rail and come back out or just hold without using a rail. Personal preference. I think he'll just hold. Oh, he had enough angle to punch it. So this has worked out quite nice. So he can take a choice of coming down table for the 8 on the left side of the table or the right side. I think natural angle tells me to come to the left. Just play it with a tracer right hand spin and come down. We might be able to draw this below the right side of the 9 also as an option. Yeah, I thought naturally that was the best option. He's played this well. Very good, judge your pace there. Maybe just overran it a little bit, but should be no problems. It's a pretty comfortable hand on the table. A nice, steady 9-ball. That was a nice run out. That 2-ball opener was very, very good. Cued it very nice. Also the thin 5. Landed a bit short on the 5, but was able to manufacture quite a good 4-rail positional shot there. Gets one on the board for Sweden. And he has a second break to go at as well. Ooh, the 9 was moving. Wow, what a great break that is. Goodness me. 9's away. Is it in? Nope. Wow, look at this for a break. Incredible. Multiple balls. 9 over the corner. A couple of balls in the other pockets. They don't get much better than this. You take this break for life, that's for sure. Yeah, Sandro just putting his cue down. I don't blame him. You kind of think, where can this go wrong? However, pool is a funny game, and sometimes the easiest runouts can create problems from nowhere. This should be straightforward. Just play this with left hand spin. Use the short rail. Spin it over to the long rail and back out again. 2 cushions. Needs a bounce. Okay. Just maybe kill this. Maybe a touch more angle than he would have liked, because he wants to play that 6-ball in the left centre pocket. He could be drifting over to the left a little bit more than he would like, so he might play the 6 in the opposite middle. Maybe we'll see from the other camera angle. Main table, we'll see how much angle he has on this 5. Yeah, you see he's got a little bit. Can he pinch it? He might just be able to hold it. Let's see what he chooses. Is he playing a 6-9 combo? Surely not. Maybe he is. Maybe he didn't like the angle he had on the 5, so he's opting for a combo, which sometimes these can go wrong, but it's close to the pocket. Well, there you go, cushion first. Didn't want to hang about. Very nicely done. Great break that. And punished. 2-0. Perfect start for Sweden. Just what you need. Now we get to see 2 breaks from the German. If that's how Wise is going to break in this match, then he will need to find some good breaks, because there were 2 very good breaks to start the match. A dry break and maybe shot on the 1. Yeah, looking at how he's come to the table, that tells me he can pot the 1. And then if he can have a nice angle on the 2, he can play for position for the 3 into the right centre pocket. So that's the first 3 shots that I'm looking at here. It's all about pace. This doesn't want to be straight on the 2. Middle of the table should be fine. Needs to slow up. Doesn't want to be straight. Might have a little bit of angle. He might have to play on the other side now. There you see it. Good angle there from the cameraman. You can see just have a little bit of angle, and he can just go off the short rail and back up kind of underneath the 9 for the 3 in the side. Needs a bounce. Could have been a little bit closer to the 3, but you can see on that angle it's not the most straightforward of cuts into the side, but does have to play this with some topspin to go up table. Doesn't need to go too far, but he just grazed the inside point on the center pocket, but all good. Same again here. He's going to have to find a gap between the 8 and the 6. He's just checking already. Does he want to play the 6 in the side? So I like his thinking. He's already thinking a couple of shots ahead. Good signs. He's focused. Just one rail back down. Yeah, he's pretty good here. He's got options. He can possibly screw it. Maybe even play one rail back up. 6 ball does obviously go in the top right as well, so I mean he could even go around, but I think one rail could be the option. Yeah, he's going around 2 rails this time for the 6 in the same. Maybe overran that a little bit. Might have to play a similar shot. Yeah, he's got a bit of angle. He can play the same kind of shot. Just punch this over below the 9. 2 rails. Back up to a similar place. Go into the line of the 7. Yeah, he's played that really well. I like his pace around the table. Very composed. Yeah, you can just cinch this one down the rail. A little bit of draw. Play the 9 in the opposite corner. Very well done. Great start here for Wise. Capitalise on his breaks and then punish the dry break from Sandro. Does have a second chance. Really needs to get this one on the board. Otherwise he's going to be 4-0 down. It's been interesting this year on the EuroTour with the 2-break format, alternate 2-break format. It's really made for some exciting matches and some good swings and roundabouts, momentum shifts. A couple of break and runs here or there can change everything. A scratch or two. It's, yeah, really enjoyed it. So here we go. Shunka gets the 1, makes the points. Where's the 2 ball going to be? It's not bad. This could be nice. This is his first real chance. Lines up nice to the 3 as well. 4 ball's not in a great place, and he does have a little bit of hampered cueing over the 8. So this is not a clean-cut chance just yet. However, if he pots this 2, gets a nice angle on the 3. Needs to make sure he comes off the rail with enough angle to get back over for the 4 here. Yeah, he's played it well. One more good shot for me here, and this turns into a great chance to break and run. Just try and get over above the middle pocket. Can't really go wrong if he goes above there. Another shot the same again. Just punch it back out to the middle of the table. 3 very similar shots in a row. Oh, he's fatted that though. Can only put that down to lack of table time. Has really been in his chair for most of these 3 racks. Got to give him a little bit of grace there. Still fancied him to pot that one though. He played 2 great shots, very similar. Might have to put a bit of a stroke on this one. Yeah, he tried to use the rail. Is it going to get there? Maybe just. Yeah, he's going to have to drop this one in. Kind of dead weight, I would say. He's thinking that where the 6 ball is, if he was straight on the 6, it would be kind of okay. Even if he was right in the middle of the table, if you were to imagine a centre spot, perfectly in the middle of the table, that would give him an option to go 2 rails. I think he's just going to drop this in. How's the speed? This looks pretty good for me. Yeah, he's perfect. Great shot. Is the 7 going to be hampered by his cueing? I don't know. Is his leaning over the table? Not sure. Yeah, hard to tell. Good thing is he doesn't need to go crazy with this cue ball. Even where it is right now wouldn't be end of the world, so somewhere around that area will be fine. Oh, what's he done? Doesn't want to be straight on this. Didn't need to come that high up the table. Would have had a guaranteed thin cut to come down for the 8. He's going to have to play a bit more of a pacier shot now. Yeah, he's looking at the 3 rail option. He's going to have to put a little bit of juice on this one to get it down there. Lots of left hand spin, a couple of rails, swing it round. How's the speed? It's a little bit high. And it's on the rail. A little bit of pressure on this one. But if he plays it pocket speed, just fully commit and drop this in, he's got natural shape to come up for the 9 in the same bag. Yeah, nicely done. A little bit of a thinner 9, you would say, than what he would have liked, but if he can reach it, should just be drawing this in. Yeah, punishing again. They're taking a 4-0 lead. Hasn't really missed a single thing so far, has Adrian. First half chance to Sandro, then wasn't able to capitalise and punished again. So back to Weiss break. Let's see if he can replicate breaks from earlier. If he can, he can put some serious pressure on the German. Makes the wing ball. Oh, that little flick gives him the points as well. He's got the points regardless. Is he going to have a shot on that one? He might have. However, he does have a little bit of a cluster up there in the top right part of the table. Wow, that was an incredible shot. I didn't even think he really needed to go for that jump, but he could have pushed out. But he chose to play it. Absolutely nailed it. So the table's a little bit more open now after that. Got a half chance here. That was almost absolute disaster there. He played a good shot on the 2. Luckily he does still have a shot on this 3 ball. He thought for a moment he was going to be hooked. Nicely done. One more good shot needed. Got a little bit of angle on this 5. Might still be able to just draw it back. Play the 6 in the top left maybe. Oh, he's pushed it into the far rail as well, so he's lost a little bit of angle on that. But all he's got to do is focus on the pot. Guaranteed a shot on the 7. And the 8 there we see does go past the 9. Ooh, just dropped. Puts his hand up, but it's all good. Another rattler. Couple of balls. Thinking about it. Just composing himself on the 9. Don't blame him. First rack to get on the board. Shaking his head, putting his hand up, but the ball's dropped nonetheless. Gets one back on the Swedish break as well, so that's helpful. Good to get one on the board, especially after that miss in the previous rack. In the end, he took out a good finish there. Great opening shot, followed by a good 3-ball. So, final break of Weiss. Scratch, it's not what you want. Another chance for Shunka here to try and get another one on the board pretty quickly. So 2 to 3 is pretty close. If he can get a good shot from the 1. Wonder if the 2 does go on the bottom right, past the 9. He could also play a 2-4 combo. So he has a couple of options here. Not sure what he's played there though. He's lost the cue ball a little bit. If he is playing 2-4 combo. And the good thing is here, he'll just play this pocket speed, just drop it in. So that 9 does block the 7. Just makes it a little bit more tricky, you could say. Of course, he can play a 7-9 combo, but don't really want to play combos if you can avoid them, unless they're absolutely nailed on. How's the speed? I think he's okay. He might even be able to run it off a rail and back out. If not, if he can only go forwards. Yeah, he couldn't really do much else, it seems. He'll play one more good shot here. Doesn't have the best angle. He might have to go off the top rail, off the short rail, and use the short rail, then the right long rail. Not sure if he can draw this in. Maybe he can. Yeah, he's digging down. Oh, so maybe, yeah, he's okay from here. Deceiving. And he's got a good angle on this 6, so he has options. He has options here. Don't think he'd be playing the 7-9 combo, but I could be wrong. He does have a nice angle on this 6 ball to go to the right side rail for the 7 in the side or the bottom left, or he could come below it. Well, how about that for pace? If anything, he's probably overrun it by half a ball. Just means that he's kind of heading towards the 8 ball. He would have loved to have been straight on this. Digging down. Oh, what a great shot. Nicely done. He's taking these well, especially after the early nerves. Both players, when they're in the balls, look pretty dangerous and pretty solid. He's just managed to do what the doctor ordered, get them 2 back, and now he's got 2 breaks of his own. And this is where the 2-break alternate break format is super effective. So Tshunka has just stolen, if you like, 2 breaks from Wise. He's got a great chance to win his 2 breaks and get back to 4 apiece. Makes 2 balls, 3 balls even. How's the 2 going to dress up? Well, can he see the 2? I think he can. 4 and 8 balls a little bit messy, but great break. Oh, where's the cue ball going? It's not bad, really. Doesn't look great on the view there, but from a combo point of view, it's not in a bad place, because he does have to play it that kind of way anyway. Oh, he's misjudged it. Misjudged it by quite some way. He's gifted a chance back to the Swede. Needs to play a bit of a draw shot, but he's been sitting in his chair for a few racks, so it'd be interesting to see how he comes back from the last 2 racks being stolen. It was a nice shot. Cued that nice. He doesn't want to be perfectly straight on this, if possible. Looks like he might have a little bit of angle. Yeah, he's good. He can just draw up the left side of the table. Try and get above the middle pockets. It's pretty good. How's the pace? Needs to pull up a little bit. Just okay. Any further I would have put extra pressure on this. I think he's just okay in the safe zone. So he manages to get one one back to keep his lead, at least for now, to 3. Gap of 5-2 in favour of the Swede. So he makes the wing ball, but he's lost the cue ball, and he's not going to have a shot on this one. He has made the points because the balls went up the table and past the break line. Don't think he's got a gap to get through this one. He might have a gap between the 5 and 2 to play a kick shot. Maybe. That's a great view. There you see he can. So he does have a, if I can say it this way, a pretty straightforward line of sight to hit the one. It's just, what is he going to do from a cover point of view? You know, even if he does kick the one is going to go up towards the top of the table. It's a funny one because if he does want to kick the one, all the cover is down table. That's why he's playing a push out. He's going to push into, not sure what he's pushing into. A jump shot maybe? Don't think he played it that way. He's going to get that back, I think. Not really sure about that one, if I'm honest. I think he had more chance of playing a better shot from the kick than maybe the jump. I think the other way he had less chance of making a foul or a scratch or anything jumping off the table. Or this is a little bit of more of a hit and hoper. And there you see it. I think the one's potable and the two's in the open now. So yeah, not the best push shot. I actually think he overhit that push shot. I think he tried to leave the one ball available, knowing that the two ball maybe didn't go. But he's gifted a pretty good chance here. If he can drop this one ball in, he's going to have natural shape on the two and the side. Yeah, and all of a sudden, what turned out to be a pretty good break, even though he lost the cue ball, and maybe not the best push out, is gifted a chance back to Wise. Yeah, so he just has a little bit of a strange angle on this 4. Just wants to make sure he can get the right or the best position possible from the 5 to 6. So he's just taking a little bit longer. It's not as straightforward. So I think he's just maybe taking what the table gives him, but he's going to have to just drop this in maybe. 6 does go in both side pockets. I mean, he could let the cue ball go a little bit and come above the 6. But it looks like he's got a natural just drop this 5 in. Maybe with a little bit of spin and just take the 6 in the top corner where his head is right now. That could be an option. How's he going to be able to hold it though? Well, I'm not sure if he played that, but if he did, he'll take it. Little smile there from Sandro. Kind of agree. Maybe he did play it, but can he cinch this and just hold it there maybe? So he's gone a little bit the other side of position. He might still be okay if he just rolls this through. I'm not sure I'm a big fan of punching this in off the far left rail, because then that makes the pot way more difficult. Just drop this in or hold the cue ball, he should be fine. Yeah, smarter choice. Take the more distance and bigger angle on the 8 ball than trying to do something crazy. This is all about speed now. He's walking away, but I think he thought he was overrunning that. He has a little bit, but not too crazy. I think once we see the main camera view, it's not as bad as it looks here. Then again, I take that back. This is a little bit thinner than he expected. Very makeable, but this is very missable as well. You always can overcut these just because you're conscious of not hitting it thick. Oh, he flushed it in. Very well done. Nice finish. Extends the lead to 6-2. It's a race to 9, remember. And this is a loser's side of the draw. So whoever loses this one will be out of the event. The winner will move into the qualification, losers qualification match. Always hit them well, very well. As soon as that one went in the side, you could just tell. How's it going to land on the 4? Might be just okay. Yeah, that 5's a little bit close to the 8. 4 ball, the 5 is a little bit tricky. Yeah, 4 to 5 is going to be interesting here. So you can see the line he's coming in here. He might have a little bit of angle to draw up here. Yeah, this is a great view from here. You can see if the cue ball is a little bit to the right side of the table, where he's putting his cue now, it is potable. It's a bit of a cutback, but you'll probably just want to draw this up the table, maybe in line with the 6 and the 5. Needs to slow up. Needs to slow up. Is he there? I think he might just be. Might have to bend this in. He's going to come off the top rail and then the left long rail, kind of in the line of where his 6 ball is now, to the bottom right corner, sorry. Yeah. Taking these well. It was a very good break. Let's see what kind of angle he's got on this 6 ball. There you see, perfectly straight. So just going to pull this back to a similar place now. Round about where it is will be fine. He's actually underhit that quite a bit. He's played a few shots like that in this match. Just seems to quit a little bit sometimes, and he knows he's underhit that because now he's bridging over the 9. This makes this 8 ball much more difficult than it should have been. The only good thing is he's got natural angle. Just got to fully commit to the pot and just let the cue ball do its thing. 2 rails, come down for the 9. How's the pace? Looks pacey to me. When he's hit the 9, I'll tell you what, you'll take that. That's the right result. Completely lost the cue ball there. I'm not sure what he played, if I'm honest. I think he was trying to go around the 9 maybe. But it's landed absolutely perfect. And he'll take that for a 7-2. It's been pretty much one-way traffic. Sweden's way. Not that I don't think Shunk has played anything bad. I just think the Swedish player has been pretty solid when he's had a chance, picking off the balls, and he's broke very well. So just 2 more. So a big break here. I'd love to do it again. Let's keep an eye on that 1 ball in the side. Maybe the 2 ball in the bottom right. Those would be the 2 balls to keep an eye on. Makes them both. Where's the 3 going to dress up? It's not. Well, he might have a shot on the side. It does go past the 7. It's a bit of a cutback, but does have a shot. Just wondering if he can pot the 3 in. Does he go up and down for the 4 in the corner, or does he try and hold for the 4 on the side? Let's see. He's playing it off the 7, but he's made a little bit of a mess of the position there. The only shot I can see would be a cut in the side, but that is not nice at all. It could be a safety shot here. He could try to hide behind the 9. Just push the 4 ball up next to the 5 maybe. He's going to try and use the 8 maybe then instead. It's pretty good. I don't think he'd be jumping this. There's too much distance between the 8 and the cue ball. It's clever though. The 5 ball is blocking the kick from the left side of the table, I think. So he might have to go 2 rails here from the right side of the table. Yeah, as you see there, he's going to have to possibly go in between the 8 and the 9. Kick it that way, I think. I don't think he can go the other way. Yeah, this will give us a good view here. He wants to go 2 rails and just kind of catch the 4 pretty full if he can. Send it back down the table. Yeah, let's see. He's caught the edge. Oh, he might get a result though. It's not what he played. Oh, he might have left it. He's a bit disappointed there, but to be honest, to get cover from that kind of kick on the 9 ball would have been asking a lot. He didn't hit the 4 too bad. So he's going back to his chair. Does that mean he's getting his jump cue? Yeah, maybe he can't say the 4. Maybe it's just a half ball jump. I definitely don't think he's full ball hooked. Yeah, I fancy him to make this one. It's not a full ball jump, so just stop the cue ball dead. Oh, he's mishit it completely. He might have had a bit of a roll though. It's one of those funny ones where it lands just below the middle pocket and the cue ball in such a way that I don't think he can cut it in the side. He might just be able to avoid the middle pocket and draw it up table. Might have to play it off the rail. Oh, he caught the point. It's one of those funny ones. Yeah, another chance falling here. 7 and the 9. Just looking, I think the 7 does go and definitely goes in the top right corner where he's standing now. You can definitely drop this 5 in to play the 6 in the top right. I think would be the most logical option. Just all depends what angle. So the pace is pretty good. How's the angle? I don't know if that 7 goes in this bottom left corner pocket. I don't think it does. If it does, he's fine. He can just run the cue ball up table. Let's see how he's playing it. Maybe it does go in the bottom left. If the 7 doesn't go on the bottom left, he's going to have to draw this down, back down to where his hand is and up again. Yeah. So that tells me he does go in that top left corner. He's played that really well. Couldn't be much better, truth be told. Yeah, he's played that very well. He would have liked to have been maybe a little bit straighter, just so he could play the 9 in the side. Just means position would have been a bit more natural. He might still be able to hold it actually. Oh, from this angle, yes. You can just pinch it. Perfect. So this 9 to get on the hill. Solid stuff by Adrian. He's been breaking very well and punishing mistakes as well as running the racks. Gets him within touching distance of the loser's qualification round. But as we've seen many times before, it's not over until it's over. There's a cue ball. He's lost the cue ball again, and this time he's got ball in hand. 3 ball looks to be a little bit congested. Options of pockets wise are limited. Definitely goes in the right centre. Does go in the top left as well, which he could go around for. I think it does go past in this bottom left corner as well. Past that 7 ball. Maybe we'll get a view of that in a moment. See if the 3 ball does go past the 7. In the bottom left. I think it does. Pocket looks big enough from here. Oh, he's overhit this though. I think he's overhit it. Needs to slow up. There you go. Flies in. It's absolutely... well, ball in hand actually, to be fair. I take that back. He's played a very good shot there. Just what you need when you've got a few little balls all together. Close to your work, you can just stun this up or draw this up a little bit. It's all about this shot now for me. Gets a good angle on this 5 to come down for the 7. I think this could be all she wrote. Well, there you see, lovely angle. You can draw it to the rail, or you can just draw it up to the middle of the table. I decided to punch it. That will do just fine. Yeah, clever shot. I like the way he's played that. Kind of try to play it in such a way you would love to have been on the rail, just to guarantee that nice natural angle to go up for the 8 in the side. He's still fine though. Just have to draw this up the rail a little bit, or stun it up the rail. Try and get to that 3rd diamond on the left side would be nice. It just kind of drifts up a little bit more. It's a little bit short. Could have done with another ball or 2, just so he could drop it in. He still has that option. He could drop it in and play a little bit of a longer 9. He might even do that from this angle. It's probably a smarter option than trying to go crazy around the world. But what do I know? He wants to go exhibition mode. Would have been similar distance, just on the other side. So this 9 ball, for what has to be said, a very solid performance from Weiss from Sweden. Very composed. Here you go. Wins the match comfortably 9-2. Unlucky on to Schunker from Germany, but Weiss moves on to the losers qualifications match, trying to battle through to get into that single knockout last 32, which will be starting tonight as well. around 9:30 local time. So we will be kicking off those single knockout stages before the end of the day. Hopefully you can join us when we come back for that one. My name's been Graham Hickman. Hope you've enjoyed the commentary, and we'll be back very shortly for the next matches. Bye for now.